financial crisis under Gloria. And then, of course, right now, you have both not just the not just the that crisis, an internal crisis, but of course, it's combining with, is being conflated with uncertainty in the international global markets. Next. Actually, this just from, I picked it up from the budget of 1988, and you can immediately see that the mention, I just wanted to show a sample, but since 1937, next, Minister Alba said, unprogrammed appropriations constitute a contingency measure needed during a crisis. In a world of uncertainty, of what they call VUCA, we would have invented the UA because that's the only way for us to serve our people, protect their welfare, at the same time ensure the future generations. Next. If you just look at this, that is the impact of COVID. It's about 2.78 trillion. This is what you call a counterfactual analysis. Next. And if you look at the national government fiscal performance, this is what we always show. You can see there that there is a UA unprogrammed. Let's look at 2024, 531.4. But you look down, it's not being deducted. It's not being added to the, because a UA is self-funding. It can only be triggered by three things. One, of course, is foreign-assisted projects. Second is, of course, an increase in non-tax revenues, and of course, revenues from new measures. So, and you can also see that despite this, the primary surplus, which is actually what we monitor, and especially from credit rating agencies, you can see that the Philippines has actually been very fiscally disciplined because the primary surplus, primary deficit went down from 1.2 trillion to 700 trillion, despite the image of massive expenditures all around. Well, as I mentioned, the 500 billion was self-funding, and therefore it was not being charged against the ordinary revenues of the government or the general fund. Next. Fitch came out this morning and says we will be downgraded, and that's because we are not spending. In the Philippines, to generate one peso of GDP, you now need 5 pesos of investments. And especially that supposed to be the normal should be 3 pesos to generate one new GDP. But of course, that goes through the life of the investments. But the issue here, of course, is that we are not investing at all. And especially that what will you multiply to the ghost projects? Those ghost projects probably amounting to 200 billion. The ICOR, or the investment capital output ratio of that will be 0. And therefore, we had 3% as our GDP for 2025, simply because, and we can see that from a quarterly disaggregation. So, next. But as you can see here, despite that fact, um, as a former analyst of Swiss Bank, ING Bearings, having most of my life in international financial markets, I know that even against our peers, the Philippines is being given a premium for its fiscal discipline. That's why even if our rating is the same, we are being given um, a line that is 3 times than our peers because of of course, of the history of the performance, or the performance of the Philippines. Next. So, as you can see, last year, we grew only 5%. For 39 years, we were growing 10.8%. Is that nominal? Shucks. Nominal. Anyway, and I think that would be real because we did not do 5% in the 2022 to 2025 nominally. And then recently, in 2025, we grew by only, from 2022 to 20, we only grew by 5.33 versus the nominal GDP CAGR of 7.95%. This is a result of the lower expenditure growth and as a result of the government's self-restraint to restore confidence in the way we manage our fiscal program. That is why we have 200 billion in FLR, or for later release, and by after this year, it will go back now to GF, or General Fund, and therefore it can no longer be used as another UA. And we also have 198 billion, which were, of course, vetoed by the President. So essentially, we had 400 billion in underspending. And if we divide it by 3, assuming that's still our ICOR, that's equal to almost 0.5%, and that would have restored us to our normal growth rate in real terms. Next. Well, next. So on the two issues, I posit only 2 things. If you read the literature, and we went through all of it since 1935, the mention of let's go to the next, because that's easier to explain. Next. Page 24. There's a lot of explaining in between. Every after a constitution, there is a standard budget law. But after 1987, there was no budget law. The reference was made only to EO 292, which was more about the procedures, but not about the fiscal rules that need in order to make, in order to ensure the particulars, the ceiling, the um, the important parameters that are needed in order that the people will have trust on the budget and, of course, in the government. That's why, under the tutorship of Secretary Jokno, I filed 3 BRA, Budget Reform Act. All of them were approved in the House, but did not see the light of day in the Senate. But right now, there is some light in the Senate. There is the bill by Amy Marcos, Ramon Tulfo, and somebody is trying to file a Philippine budgeting code, but I don't know the author. Next. So, I have proven that UA is utilitarian. It's good for the economy. Second, that there is what I call a long acquiescence by the public, by the general government since 1937 of its constitutionality. And although there may be differing but reasonable interpretation of what the budget ceiling covers. Let's go to page. Ang hirap magpaikli ng mahaba. Page 23. Ang sabi dun sa section 22, si Presidente will propose. Ang sabi sa page, sa same section, same article, it shall be specified in the budget. So, none of that. So, I think the solution to our current problem is very clear. There must be a law governing the budgeting in the and the highest articulation of the priorities of a nation is a budget. And therefore, that should be actually the first thing that any government will do after it is constituted or after a constitution is ratified. That should be the first priority. So lastly, hirap na hirap tuloy ako. I'm not in my opinion as a friend of the court, striking down the UA totally will neither breed nor bust the ghost of flood control. Number 2, striking down UA retroactively penalizes legitimate contractors. 3, it disrupts ongoing foreign-assisted projects in mid-implementation. 4, it leaves the government without a crisis instrument, especially in the middle. We don't know exactly how, although I feel that it will go down already. It will go back down below 100. That's my personal analysis of the demand and supply for energy in the whole world. But that's mine. And lastly, it shifts the burden of budget governance to the judiciary when in fact that burden belongs to Congress, as well as, of course, because of oversight, as well as, of course, to those that implement it. Closing message. On constitutional ceiling, more than one reasonable interpretation exists. The history supports the view that the ceiling applies to program expenditures only, not to unprogrammed. Precisely because it is unprogrammed. It does not exist until the, the FAPs has already been released. 2, on unprogrammed appropriation, a history of long-standing acquiescence, almost 100 years, of its existence and its exclusion from the budget ceiling. 3, the 2022 to 2025 spending program was small relative to historical GDP growth rate and historical spending pattern. It's not a question of too much, but an issue of being not enough. Last, on outright invalidation, it will not address the implementation level abuses. It will penalize legitimate spending, leave the government without a crisis instrument, shift this court to a burden the Constitution assigns to Congress. In a word, characterized as VOCVUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, we would have had to devise UA as an instrument, as an indispensable instrument of the state in order to defend and ensure the welfare of our people. Thank you very much for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Salceda. May we request Senior Associate Justice Marvic Leonen to resume his interpellation.
Thank you, Chief. May I call again the Solicitor General? So again, I first flash a slide containing the approvals of the 2024 unprogrammed allocations, where we see that the NEP, the GAB, and the Senate approvals were consistent. They were the same. However, after the bicameral session, it was increased by 449,000, billion pesos. And I think this graphically represents the source of the legal issues that are now being raised today, specifically whether the unprogrammed appropriations are constitutional in themselves, whether there are certain guardrails according to the Constitution for unprogrammed appropriations, and whether it can be implemented the way that it has been implemented in the past. So before I continue, thank you for your compliance that you submitted last Friday. You submitted the complete SAROS, including a summary of the releases of the SAROS, and you also added a procedure in your Annex K for the approvals of the SAROS. And we thank you for being so transparent. I think this is an expectation of all government institutions. Just to clarify, all of these are public documents, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, so as I speak and with the permission of the Chief, all your compliances, including the submissions of the amici, are now or have been uploaded even before we entered the session hall, so that the public may go to the public pleading section of the website of the Supreme Court and download so that they can follow or they can do their own analysis. Again, thank you to government for being so transparent. But unfortunately, some of us lacked time. From Friday to today, my team has been working overtime together with me to do a full analysis, and we are going to ask very specific questions, sampling on the data that you have provided. But I am sure that my colleagues will go further than where I will go. First, let's look at the procedure for the release of the SARO. You submitted in Annex K of your compliance a document entitled The General Process Flow on the Release of Unprogrammed Funds from the Unprogrammed Appropriations, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. However, in paragraph 2.2 of your submission, there is mention of the general funding sources for 3 categories. This is from your presentation, so we are projecting your Annex K. There are three categories: budget support for GOCC or BSGC, loan proceeds of foreign assisted projects or FAPs, and others not in the prior two categories. So we are showing paragraph 2.2 of Annex K. I note the entry in your Annex K where you outline the procedure that if the request is subject to the availability of excess or new revenue, the availability of excess new revenue must be ensured. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So reading your presentation in Annex K, does this require the certification from the Bureau of Treasury of the existence of excess or new revenue prior to the actual SARO?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you confirm that for every SARO, there must be prior to that a corresponding certification by the Bureau of Treasury, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And just to clarify, did you submit on behalf of your clients all the corresponding Bureau of Treasury certifications for the SAROs of 2024 and 2025?
It is my understanding, Your Honor, that they submitted, and also in our briefing, the certifications from the Bureau of Treasury, although not corresponding to specific dates, but they have a system of asking for certification on the available funds, and therefore they will know, they will have the information if they could already issue a SARO.
Because my understanding was for every SARO, like for example, there is a SARO that released 69 billion from Sagip, that there is a corresponding certificate coming from the Bureau of Treasury. Am I correct?
Not one-to-one, Your Honor, if I may explain. When we ask DBM, so it's like they periodically, they have a system of asking the Bureau of Treasury for available funds. And they monitor it, they track the available funds. And when the agency requests DBM for the SARO, then they would know what is the available balance of certified by the Bureau of Treasury.
So you agree with me that the issuance of the SARO in 2024 started as early as February and March, coming from unprogrammed funds?
My understanding in the briefing yesterday was, I think the first disbursement was in May, if that is my recollection, and if I may ask my team for confirmation, Your Honor. In 2024, okay.
Okay. So looking at the certifications for 2024, as you mentioned, it is not really prior to every SARO, but it is aggregated. And
Yes.
looking at it, so flashed on the screen, and this is in Annex J of your compliance for those that would want to examine it. By the way, I assume that the petitioners also got a copy of the compliances. Okay. Now for Annex J, so if you see the certifications here, it is mostly coming from PhilHealth, PDIC, Philippine Health, etc. And on the next page, again, there are dividend collections, etc., income from government deposits. But other than PhilHealth, the certifications coming from dividends started September, and the interest income started September, November, etc. Is this accurate? Because it's in your Annex J.
Yes,
I
yes.
suppose it is accurate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then in September 17, 2024, there was 30 billion as a result of the upfront payment for the NAIA, Public-Private Partnership, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And there was canceled letter of credit also in September, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And then importation duties, etc. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Would you know the total of these certifications?
I don't have the figure, Your Honor. I may, if I may ask my team.
Yes, it will be relevant later, so kindly ask your team to start the computations, unless you have it now. $377 billion. Do you want to borrow our AI agent to compute?
Your Honor, thank you for the patience. In my document, it is 396
Yes.
billion 989 million 182,236.26.
So our expectation is that the total SARO coming from unprogrammed funds should match this Bureau of Treasury certification, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we will see that later. But I noticed in the 2024 submissions, most of the certifications were from PhilHealth and PDIC under paragraph D, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. And so that's why also DBM was telling us when they were briefing about the 2025 and 2026 that those will not be found.
Okay. Now, for 2025, it is a bit different because your submission is shorter. In other words, I only see 1, 2, 3 certifications. One in November 3, the second November 18, and the last one November 18. Am I correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And this totals only 102 billion 277,458,303.18 centavos, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So these are the certifications for the releases of the SARO for 2025, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Can you tell us what was the earliest SARO in 2025?
May I confer with my team, Your Honor? The earliest in 2025 was July, Your Honor.
July 2025.
Yes.
Again, I'm confused. Because in your presentation in Annex K, the procedure is that DBM wants to ensure that there is a excess revenue or new revenue before they release from unappropriated funds, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the certifications from the Bureau of Treasury only came in November, correct? But the SARO started to be released, July, correct?
May I confer, Your Honor,
Yes.
with the DBM representative?
Perhaps the certifications were not complete, or
Your Honor, if we may suggest to ask the DBM representative to explain the detail, if it pleases the court.
what do you mean in detail?
the DBM representative is explaining that there was a certificate issued and that there was a superseded certification.
Okay. Can you ask her to take the podium?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next to you.
Next week.
No,
I-
next to you.
Okay.
So you can advise her in case she violates her right against self-incrimination. Please go ahead. Can you introduce yourself and your position?
Your Honors, I am Attorney Andrea Celine Magtalas. I am Acting Assistant Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management.
Okay. Go ahead.
The BTR certification dated November 18, 2025 was actually superseded certifications issued dated May 14, 15, July 28, and November 3, 2025. So the first being May 14, Your Honor.
What do you mean superseded?
There was a subsequent certification issued after the first four were issued.
Yes. Can I confirm with you the total amount in terms of certifications for 2025?
It is 277,458,303.18.
Okay. The conditions for the superseding can be covered in the memoranda to be submitted by the Solicitor General, but we would really appreciate if you submit to us even the superseded certifications. But I do note that the total of the certifications for the new or excess is 102 billion, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
For 2025, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And for 2025, it is only non-tax revenues, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because in 2024, it was both tax and non-tax, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in 2024, this was unique because ever since the beginning of time, but let me just say, from 2000, which is what we studied, it has always been non-tax revenues, correct?
Yes, Your
Only
Honor.
in 2024, there was an addition of tax revenues. Excess tax,
In the
correct?
provision, Your Honor.
Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you, you may take your seat,
Thank
and
you.
welcome to the court. So again, let us look at the triggers in the 2024 and 2025 General Appropriations Act. It does say that there must be some assurance that there is excess revenues. Okay, so Solgen, have this been followed?
Yes, Your Honor, by virtue of the process of asking the Bureau of Treasury for the certification.
Okay. In the process that you mentioned, as soon as there is excess revenue, this is now a basis for the DBM being requested to issue the SARO to actually issue the special allotment release orders, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there anything in the procedure which tells DBM that the excess revenue should be first spent for programmed appropriations rather than unprogrammed appropriations?
No, Your Honor, because for the programmed appropriations that are in the GAA, most of the appropriations, the general rule is that the allotment order is already the GAA itself.
No, I'm not talking about the allotment order, not the document allowing the release. I am looking at where the funds are coming from. So let us again go back to our points last meeting or the last day that we had our oral arguments. We said that even with the program funds, programmed appropriations, there will always be initially a deficit, correct?
May I clarify your
Okay.
question, Your Honor?
You said that the budget of expenditures and sources of financing, the BESF, which is in the NEP, already assumes a deficit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And you said that that covers the BESF and the NEP only covers program. In other words, there is a ceiling there of expenditures, and your position is it only covers program, correct?
The BESF covers the programmed and automatic appropriations, while the NEP covers the programmed and unprogrammed
Okay.
appropriations.
So in other words, the BESF already contains a provision for deficits, correct? 24, 25, 26.
Correct, Your Honor.
So therefore, because it does not cover the unprogrammed, there is always an excess of programmed expenditures over expected income, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Now that we have new or excess revenue, and according to you, with new and excess revenue, there is nothing in the process that you mentioned to prioritize the program where there is a deficit, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes. And in other words, the DBM can prioritize standby because that is how you characterize unprogrammed. Can prioritize standby rather than the regular.
Your Honor, may I clarify
Yes. Yes, please.
how the DBM does it?
But first, answer my question. So DBM can choose to fund first the unprogrammed before the program.
Your Honor, no, because the sources of funds for the programmed and the unprogrammed are different. So for example, if in a source of funding, the...
Yes, of course, they're different. But according to you, in programmed funds, so there is already a listing of expenditures, but the BESF, the budget of expenditures and sources of funding, which contains the program already assumes a deficit, which means they assume that the sources of revenues are not sufficient to cover the expenditures. Now, given that, and there is new or excess expenditures, you are now saying that there is nothing in the procedure which tells DBM, unahin niyo ang program bago tayo pumunta doon sa unprogram. Unahin nyo yung regular bago tayo pumunta doon sa standby kasi ang ibig sabihin ng standby ay kung sakasakali lang, merong pang extra, correct?
Okay, may I clarify, Your Honor, because there is usually a confusion as to what the sources of funds for the unprogrammed appropriations are, which could lead people to think that the source is a surplus. And the surplus is the revenues minus disbursements. The sources of funds for the unprogrammed appropriations is not a surplus. It is the excess in the total revenue that has been committed in the BESF or in any of the item, which is statutorily provided in the GAA.
I think you need to clarify that more in your memoranda. I did not get the sense, but it is very simple. There is a deficit, so all the funding that are projected by DBM and accepted by Congress is insufficient to fund expenditures. Then later on, the Bureau of Treasury says, hey, there is excess revenue. And the excess revenue, according to you, can go to unprogrammed because in your Annex K, which outlines the procedure, there is nothing there which says that the DBM should first check the priorities of the President and Congress as shown in the GAA because they are saying programmed is programmed, unprogrammed is unprogrammed, and therefore it should go there first. But let's move so that we do not spend more time. I'm sure that my colleagues will have more pointed questions relating to that. Now, what is for later release? What is this concept of FLR?
The for later release means that there are documents...
Is that in the law? Is that in the law?
Maybe not in the law, and my team can correct me, but I think that this is in the regulations of the DBM.
In the regulations of DBM, okay. Last session, we were enlightened that the entire GAA, at least the program section, is already the authorization, correct?
In most, that is the general rule, Your Honor, because for example, in 2024, I remember that the figure that the GAA was already, the allotment order covered like 85% of the programmed appropriations.
So, in other words, for later release refers to certain items where there are conditions that need to be met before it is funded, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, but if there is no condition, then it cannot be for later release because that is already authorization, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And because there is a deficit, in other words, there is extra, there is insufficiency of the revenue being projected, then therefore there will be a time that there can be new revenues or excess revenues, and because most of it are not for later release, then these extra revenues should be used for program, correct?
Your Honor, so when the DBM tracks the sources of funding for the programmed appropriations, so each source of financing will have a target. So let's say 1 billion from the GOCCs. If that is the target that was approved, if the GOCCs will yield a 1.2 billion in dividends, then the 0.2 billion will be tracked by the Bureau of Treasury as an excess.
Okay. So in other words, well, let's move on. What are earmarked funds?
Earmarked funds are funds that have been provided by law to be set aside for certain purposes.
Okay, in other words, these are kept by the Bureau of Treasury and they should be spent only for what is earmarked, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So would you say that this has been fulfilled by government in 24, 25, and 26? In other words, sin taxes, public Wi-Fi, etc., all of it has been used for health and public Wi-Fi.
Your Honor, my understanding is that the DBM also has certain policies on cash programming. They have a lot of studies and expertise as to when the funds are available, when to utilize, and there are also a lot of factors that are being considered when projects, activity, or programs are being asked for SARO, for such PAPs.
So in other words, as we were told during the PhilHealth hearings, cash is fungible, which means that even the earmarked funds are put in the same pot, and it is only through accounting that they will see whether it is actually spent. And we were indeed told that sin taxes, not all of them were really going to health, but used for other services. But that nonetheless, I just wanted to clarify this. Okay. Now, you mentioned in Annex K that the President does not participate for the release, correct? So I flashed the paragraph in your Annex K. Pursuant to the special provisions of the UA under the General Appropriations Act, prior approval by the President is not required for the release. This is from your compliance, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Do you refer to the GAA 24, 25, and 26, all of them?
May I confer with my team? My recollection is that yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
2024, 2025, 2026.
So it is your position that under the law, the GAA, the buck stops with the DBM, the President need not approve the SAROs, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
In other words, the DBM Secretary is no longer alter ego of the President. The DBM Secretary is co-equal with the President. Or is that a mistaken assumption?
What I could say is that the GAA has authorized the DBM or designated the DBM Secretary to be the one to perform this responsibility.
She reports to the President?
Yes,
Yes,
Your Honor.
and the President, therefore, as the Chief Executive, and there is only one Chief Executive
Correct,
in the
Your Honor.
Constitution. The President can tell the DBM, don't do that, or the the DBM secretary can consult with the president, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the DBM secretary is accountable to the president, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, let us look at the 2024 provisions of the GAA on unprogrammed funds. And you will note here that in the special provision, it says, subject to Section 35, Chapter 5, Book 6 of Executive Order 292. You confirm that this is in the 2024 GAA?
Yes, Your Honor.
And looking at Section 35, Chapter 5, Book 6 of Executive Order 292, we find there that, that all requests for special allotment release orders must be accompanied by a special budget to be approved by the President, correct? Section 35, Chapter 5, Book 6, Executive Order 292, or our Administrative Code referred to in the 2024 GAA. It says to be approved by the President, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So, are you now saying, or am I mistaken, that if the DBM has approved SAROS under 2024 without the explicit approval of the President, then we have violated a special provision in the GAA, correct?
May I confer with my team, Your Honor, so that I will not risk a misunderstanding
Yes.
in my answer? Your Honor, our DBM representative is clarifying that what is referred to in the GAA, in the 2024 GAA, is the presidential approval refers to the special budget request, which is a documentary requirement that happens before the issuance of a SARO.
Okay, so in other words, the President approves the special budget request, and then it goes to the DBM Secretary, and the DBM Secretary approves the SARO, correct?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
the DBM Secretary, because she has the approval power, can actually not approve if she wants to, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. So,
In other words, the DBM Secretary can overrule the President of the Republic of the Philippines, correct? Kasi sabi nyo, mauna si Presidente sa special budget request. I-approve ni President. Pagbaba sa DBM Secretary, because you are saying that the GAA says that it is the DBM Secretary that approves the SARO, the DBM Secretary can say, sandali lang, wag muna.
for reasons, Your Honor, so for example, if there are submissions that haven't been received, if that is a correct
So it makes sense that
Statement.
the higher authority approves first the conditions before the lower authority approves the entire thing. In other words, the Chief Justice should first approve a travel authority before our Chief of OWAS will actually do the final approval. Okay, in other words, maybe you just covered this in your memoranda. Sufficient it is now to say that Section 35, Chapter 5, Book 6 is referred to as a condition for release in GAA 2024, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. It is not reflected anymore in the 2025 and 2026.
I was going to that. Now, when we go to the 2025 and 2026, the specific provision is no longer mentioned, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So, does this mean that the GAA 25 and 26 repealed Section 35, Chapter 5, Book 6 of the Admin Code?
Not repealed, Your Honor, but if I may suggest to ask, because the DBM representative was trying to clarify on why it was changed in the 2025 and 2026.
Yeah, very clear that it was changed in 25 and 26, that the specific mention of Section 35 was removed. And Section 35 contained approval by the President specifically, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I confer?
What is the status of Section 35 before you confer with the your administrative support? What is the status of Section 35 as law? Does it still exist in 2025 or 2026?
Yes, it still exists, Your
Can
Honor.
a specific provision in the administrative code be repealed by the General Appropriations Act?
No, Your Honor.
Because that would be exactly called a rider, correct?
Or yes, Your Honor, an
Yes.
inappropriate provision.
An inappropriate provision, otherwise known as a kind of rider, because it must only appropriate, not repeal existing law, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So therefore, the clause now in 25 and 26, which says, and other relevant budgetary requirements in accordance with applicable laws, rules, and regulations, now also refer to Section 35, Chapter 5, Book 6, Administrative Code, correct?
I would say so. I would agree with that statement, Your Honor.
So it is possible, therefore, to legally and therefore constitutionally interpret that the President should approve the SAROS issued under unprogrammed funds, correct? Whether explicitly or implicitly, correct?
For the special budget request, Your Honor, but
Okay.
not the SARO.
Yes. Now, again, just to see the importance of this, based on your Annex B, and Annex B, for information of everyone, is your compliance regarding the digital copies of all the SAROS issued in 2024, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, there were 5 SAROS that was issued for the purpose of accomplishing the President's 8-point socio-economic agenda. There is such a thing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, the 8-point socio-economic agenda is in the President's Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So now we look at, okay, it is a priority because it is in the PDP, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, and unprogrammed funds is merely a standby authority, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And if the 8-point plan in the Philippine Development Plan of 2023 to 2028 is a priority, why is it in the unprogrammed appropriations part of the GAA?
Your Honor, I would submit that that goes into the reasoning or the wisdom of the Congress in putting the appropriations in the programmed or unprogrammed.
So our President created the NEP. Our President has a Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. Our President has committed to the public, I have 8 points. sustainable livelihood, green livelihood, all of them. I can show it to you there. I enumerated because I wanted to memorize all of this because it is the plan of the president. That's why I wanted to memorize it, but I could not. And this is all there is. It committed it to the public. Ito yung gagawin ko during my entire term. Yet, instead of the Congress, in its wisdom, instead of putting it in the program, meaning regular, it put it as standby. Is that what you mean? We have to respect the wisdom of Congress, putting it on standby.
It is the position of the respondents, Your Honor, that we can actually debate on the soundness or unsoundness of putting certain items. And in fact, the public is already responding and reacting that is unsound. But it is the humble submission of the respondents and the Solicitor General that this is a political question. Our Constitution defines the separation of powers and in fact has...
Article 8, Section 1, second paragraph, has a modification on separation of powers. Grave abuse of discretion, meaning irrationality, can be corrected by judicial review. But let us continue and let us just see what exactly were these SAROs. Page 141 of your submission is a SARO issued November 11, 2024, amounting to 12 billion released. Page 155 is another SARO for purposes of release for the President's priority, 69.9 billion, almost 70. Page 210, 3 billion. Page 215, 9.9 billion. And 228, 51 billion. Now, just to see, let's look at the highest release under for the President's priority. This is page 155 of your submission. Here is the SARO. And if you look at the SARO, the funding source is SAGIP under unprogrammed funds. You agree? Funding source, unprogrammed, SAGIP, correct?
The source of fund that is the item in the
Yes.
appropriation,
Yes.
Your Honor. Yes.
No, not appropriation, unprogrammed appropriation.
Yes, Your
There
Honor.
is an item there called strengthening assistance for government infrastructure and social projects, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Now, reading it, it seems everything. Government infrastructure and social projects. That means everything, correct?
It means assistance for government and infrastructure social programs.
Yes, that's everything. What else is not infrastructure and social program? Education is social, everything else, correct? And that is a lump sum, correct?
It is a lump sum which
Yes.
has a specific purpose and specific amount.
That's being challenged by the petitioners, but in any case, it's a lump sum, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
In 2024, there were 47 lump sum items in unprogrammed funds, correct? 47 lump sum, 4 line items.
I do not have that detail now, Your Honor.
In 2025, there were 25 lump sums, no line items. You don't have that detail also.
I don't have, Your
In
Honor.
2026, it was reduced to 10 lump sums, correct?
I do not have that detail now, Your
Okay.
Honor.
In any case, let us go to that SARO. It says 69 billion, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And if we move further down into page 163, if I'm not mistaken, if we scroll down, it also contains releases for flood control projects, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, and if we scroll down further, it covers also Region 3, like Hagonoy, Bulacan, correct? Release of 70 million pesos.
Okay, I am referring to the document that you are flashing, Your Honor, that your statement is correct.
Yes. So therefore, all the 5 SAROs, the total was 146 billion pesos from standby, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And these SAROs were released under the signature of the DBM Secretary, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, now the source is Sagip. Now let's go to the other SARO for 51 billion, just to see the importance of authorities in the approvals. Page 228, Annex B, 51 billion, same. Sagip, lump sum, source, purpose, 8-point priority agenda of the President. And if we move down to page 234, a start of the listing for flood control, correct?
Based on the document flashed on screen, Your Honor, correct.
Yes, and to page 239, releases for Region 3 and Oriental Mindoro. I just want to show you where all of these are found in terms of the authority for release, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So, in your submission, the President did not participate in these releases, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes, it was, the signature is DBM Secretary, only the DBM Secretary, correct?
For the SARO, Your Honor.
For the SARO, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes. So, is Sagip a proper lump sum item?
Uh,
Because I only flashed the infrastructure flood control. There is still road maintenance. There are different other social projects in one SARO. So, in other words, is this compliant with Bellica versus Ochoa 2013, penned by Justice Alfredo Benjamin Caguiwa, and in 2019, Saj Telly, Bernabe? Okay.
It is our submission, Your Honor, that it passes the Belgica test on a single correspondence, which is a specific amount for a specific purpose.
Okay, now I move on to our next point, but probably your team can be taking note of some of the observations that we made and covering it. We are looking at grave abuse of discretion. Okay, now, the release of the total releases of unprogrammed funds, and thank you for your submissions again. Let us start with 2025, contained in Annex F. Status report of FY fiscal year 2025 unprogrammed appropriations. Okay, there is a first page. And there are so many columns, and as lawyers looking at this, we will be daunted, but fortunately, somebody told me, just look at one column, and you will see the total releases for allocations. And based on this table, the total amount of appropriations for unprogrammed in 2025 was 363 billion and some change, correct?
Based on this document, flash on screen, Your Honor, correct?
Yes, so I'm sorry if I call the millions as change because I cannot speak all of it. The total amount of allotment releases from unprogrammed in 2025 was 218 billion pesos, correct?
Based on this document, Your Honor, that's correct.
Can you remind us again? The total amount in terms of the Bureau of Treasury certification for 2025 a while ago. The one where I mentioned even the 18 centavos. It was 100 billion plus, correct? I do not need to go to the details.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, can you explain this? The total released from 2025 from unprogrammed was 218 billion. But the Bureau of Treasury certificate only covers 100 plus billion.
May I ask for the
Yes,
DBM
please.
representative, please, to explain?
Yes,
I do not
please.
have the explanation now, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Nagdala ka na ng maraming papeles.
Your Honor, the total allotment releases for 2025 also covers foreign assisted projects, which are not covered by the excess or new revenue.
Yes, and you can match the 100 to the third category, not foreign assisted, not support for
Apo.
GOCC.
Yes,
okay.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, let us look at where it was actually released. So the highest was for foreign assisted projects at 110 billion, correct?
Based on this document, Your Honor, correct?
Yes, and that's what explains, that's the explanation of NEDA. DBM. And the next highest was a program called Strengthening Assistance for Government Infrastructure and Social Programs at 51 billion, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
This is 2025, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yes. Now let's go to your submissions for 2024 GAA, starting with Annex C, your status report, 2024. Okay, looking at the allotment releases in 2024, the total for unprogrammed unreleased was 531 billion, correct?
Correct,
I'm sorry,
Your Honor.
the total allotment release was 531 billion, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And all of these are covered by the Bureau of Treasury certification, tax and non-tax, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the highest amount was for SAGIP, Strengthening Assistance for Government Infrastructure and Social Programs at 200 billion, more or less, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And support for foreign assisted in 2024 only came at 178 billion, more or less, correct?
I do not have the detail, Your Honor.
Yes, and looking at your submission, we did a little analysis. I show you unprogrammed appropriations and SAGIP. Okay? So again, total government expenditures in 2024 was 5.9 trillion. In 2024, the unprogrammed release was 531 billion. The expenditures of government, however, was 6 trillion. Looking at this, there was a bigger deficit because there was also 531 billion paid from unprogrammed, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, then going to the next table, we see the allotments. And if we look at total expenditures, the next slide, you will see that in fiscal year 2024, 9% of the releases, almost 8.97 or 9% came from unprogrammed, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And in 2025, 4% of all the releases came from unprogrammed, correct?
Based on this, you're correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And in terms of the unprogrammed, 29% in 2024 went to DPWH SAGIP program, correct?
Based on this, that number is correct.
2025, learning from 2024 perhaps, DPH had 0 SAGIP releases, correct? Based on our graph.
Yes, Your Honor.
And in terms of the share of SAGIP of total expenditures, SAGIP in 2024, that lump sum in the unprogrammed funds, 3.38% was spent for that lump sum amount, correct?
Based on your study, Your Honor, I would defer to your
Do you
to
know
your
that the budget
documents.
of the judiciary vis-a-vis the entire budget of government is only about 1% more or less?
The DBM representative
Is increasing it to
confirms.
3.38%? No, it's only 1% in terms of the judiciary, just to show you that scale. And in terms of 2024, you will see that SAGIP program, which is the blue one, next slide, covered 38% of all unprogrammed releases. This is the importance of SAGIP, whether it is a valid lump sum, and the importance of how we can actually check the authorizations for this program. Now, let's move on.
Sige.
Okay, so that is all for now. Madam Solgen,
Thank you, Your Honor.
may I now ask the Honorable former Senate President Franklin Drilon for just a couple of questions.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I know if it is usual that the President issues a certification of urgency for the approval of the GAA?
Yes, it is usual. It happens every year when I was in the Senate.
And may I know for what purpose it is certified as
The
urgent?
purpose is to dispense with waiting for 3 days before distributing the printed copy.
Yes, Your Honor. And how large is the GAA? How thick is the document?
I don't know, maybe 6 inches, just speculating.
Yes.
I don't really have the actual, I haven't really measured
Yes.
the GA.
And it has thousands of lines, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And in 2024, they added tax revenues in terms of unprogrammed appropriation, correct? And the Congress only had, both the House and the Senate, only had less than 24 hours within which to approve, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, and would you say that there was appropriate time for the 24 senators and the 300 or so members of the House to actually review every line changed by the bicameral?
There is none, Your Honor. In fact, many of the difficulties that we now discuss arises from the fact that there is simply no time to examine all of these thousands of lines in the General Appropriations Act.
Again, sir, you are saying that the singular purpose for the certification that it is urgent constitutionally is only to skip the 3 days before third reading, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And the 3 days are important because after the bicameral, like we saw in 2024, there was added 400 billion, but they only had 24 hours to check where in God's earth did you put the 400 billion, or where did you move the funds, and what changed in terms of the provisions?
We must admit, Your Honor, that the certification as to urgency is issued only to make sure that the deadline for the budget enactment is met, and that is the end of the year. That's the reason for dispensing with the 3-day rule.
Okay. Being former Senate President and knowing of your experience, what is so wrong with a reenacted budget? Because the Constitution, our Constitution is different from other constitutions. It does not say that there is no budget after the end of the fiscal year, but it says it is reenacted.
What is wrong with the reenacted budget is that the items in the previous year's budget which were not utilized are again reenacted and serve as an authority for the disbursement of the funds.
Yes, sir. So in other words, there is still budget, except that it is not in the accurate amounts needed for the following year.
That's correct.
Yes.
And Your
And it is
Honor,
also, yes.
may I reveal that when I was Senate President, the incumbent president asked me not to pass the budget so that the previous budget will be reenacted and that the president would have more freedom to spend the items in the budget.
Thank you for that information. It is duly noted. But after it is reenacted, is it still possible to pass the budget for that year in order to replace the reenacted budget?
The budget expires by the end of the previous year. And therefore, the reenacted budget is supposed to expire when the new budget is passed.
Okay. So it is possible that it be replaced, let us say, sometime January or February, as it has been done in the past, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
Thank you, sir. Can I now call? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I now call the counsel for Erice?
Morning, Your Honor.
I will pursue some of your arguments. Article 7, Section 22 states that the President shall submit to the Congress within 30 days, as basis of the General Appropriations Bill, a budget of expenditures and sources of financing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what's in the provision. And the clause, as basis for the General Appropriations Bill, refers to the budget of expenditures and sources of financing, including receipts from existing and proposed revenue measures, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it speaks of only one budget, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in your position, one budget includes the regular and the standby, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's our
It cannot be that the standby is not included. Can you explain why?
It cannot be, Your Honor, because the fact that Congress, Your Honor, has the power to appropriate and therefore allocate certain sums, Your Honor. Therefore, they should be working on a single budget, Your Honor. And also that that budget must have a sources of financing, because that, Your Honor, has underwent studies, Your Honor, from DBCC already. And if there will be a contingent pool of funds that is not included in the budget, then it will defeat, Your Honor, the purpose of that study.
Okay, Article 6, Section 25, subparagraph 1, you remember, states that the Congress may not appropriate higher than what the President has asked for, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you explain the constitutional value of this provision? In other words, why is it there? Why is there a limit on the power of Congress to appropriate more than? Why can it not appropriate more than what the President has asked?
It cannot appropriate, Your Honor, because the President already has a plan, macroeconomic plan and development plan for the country, and by consultation from his alter ego, his or her alter egos, Your Honor, they already came up with the projection of what is needed for the country. So it is also not...
The decision to spend is with the President, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the decision to spend by the President can only be responsible if the President can know what its sources of revenue are, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And if Congress adds more, then therefore it's as if Congress is telling the President, you should spend on something which you did not plan for, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore your position in one of the issues is that Congress cannot add any new program or project, correct?
Actually, for petitioners Erice and De Lima, Your Honor, Congress may add the new program provided there is only one pool.
They get it from the total, correct?
Those with sources, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so for you, it is not possible because there is a cap according to the Constitution. It is not possible that unprogrammed is not included because as happened in 24 and 25, the total expenditures were way above the actual cap, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
The Counsel for FPJ PM. I just wanted to clarify. The Solgen proposes that the 1987 Constitution imposes a disclosure standard, not an availability standard. And its animating purpose is to ensure fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability in relation to your argument that Congress cannot increase the SAG-Fs, including road users fund.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. In other words, are you agreeable to what the Solgen is saying?
Only to the point, Your Honor, that the programming purpose is a part of the budget planning, Your Honor.
So, in other words, there was legislation to provide for the road users fund, correct?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, for that issue, Your Honor, it would be Attorney Bakiran who will answer for that.
Okay. But you are same client, correct? Yes, go ahead, go ahead. Kung gusto nyo, pwede kayo magtabi.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So there is a law that that earmarks funding for road users, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The road users fund, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the road users fund?
The Road Users Fund, Your Honor, refers to the earmarked revenues taken from the Motor Vehicles Users Fund, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's taken from that fund, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, can you show me anything in the law which says Congress cannot add for purposes of that fund to be used for maintenance of roads, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Congress cannot add.
Your Honor, if we check the history of the law before it was amended by Republic Act 11239, Your Honor, it stated there under Section 8 that Congress may add additional funds outside the Motor Vehicles User Fund. However, Your Honor, the same law has already been repealed by Republic Act 11239 and states there under Republic Act 11239 that the Special Road Fund, Your Honor, shall be sourced only from the Motor Vehicles Users Charge taxes collection, Your Honor.
In other words, there is a source,
Yeah.
and the source is earmarked, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
But there is nothing actually in the text of the law which says that Congress cannot add.
I have to submit, Your Honor, that's nothing. There's nothing stated in the law.
And therefore, Congress can add.
Your Honor, the problem here, Your Honor, is not with whether or not Congress has the power to add. The problem here is the structure in adding the amount, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Your Honor, the Special Road Fund, Your Honor, was created particularly to be sourced from the Motor Vehicle Users Charge. It is a special fund. So that if the Congress will add funds outside the Motor Vehicles Users Charge, it will change its character as a special fund. It will now become a lump sum disguised as a line item without any specific law that allows its increase, Your Honor.
That is a very detailed examination of the nature of the fund. But has it been abused so far?
Your Honor, well, if you see the history of the law, Your Honor, in fact, the reason why Republic Act, no, it was the original law, Republic Act 8794 was amended, Your Honor, because it has been subject to abuse, Your Honor. Now, because of that, the Congress had to repeal the law and remove the road board, Your Honor, because it has been reported that it has been subject to abuse, the Motor Vehicles Users Charge collection. Now, it has been now repealed.
But
so
that is an allegation of yours. We cannot see that actually happening.
Yes,
we
sir.
are not a trier of facts.
Yes, sir.
But simply that there is nothing in the law which allows Congress to add to it, correct?
For the law, there is a law, Your Honor, that specifies that the Special Road Fund earmarked,
Again,
Your
is
Honor.
there a provision that says that that fund cannot be added? Let's go to another fund,
Yes.
sin taxes. You know where it comes from? Tobacco use, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So there is sin tax, and sin tax is the sin taxes will go for health, correct? There is a special fund created for that, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, if government says the health of my people is so important that I will add to that fund, it cannot do that.
It can, Your Honor. If
It
it's,
can,
yes.
but it has to create another item, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And why would it want to do that when there is already a fund?
Your Honor, because the nature of this fund, Your Honor, is special. And if by doing that, Your Honor, you will amend the law by creating...
Special only means, according to the Constitution, that you cannot use it for any other purpose, the PhilHealth case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And that means that it's still there because it's coming from the earmark.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so it's still there. And when they add to it, they are just adding the capacity of government to address that problem, but it does not change the nature of the earmark funds, correct?
Your Honor, but it will violate the special law which refers to the earmark funds, Your Honor, because...
Yes, but you just said that there is nothing prohibiting government to adding to it. In other words, kindly cover that more in your memoranda. I just want to go to some final points, and
Thank you,
I
Your
would like to call the representative of the Free Legal Assistance Group representing Lagman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Attorney Sison, it is comfortable for this court to simply say that we should read the text of a constitution so literally that we can always defer to the wisdom of political departments, correct? I mean, to the court, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, but what I mean by comfortable is that when we do not rule to declare an act unconstitutional or to say that there are certain guardrails that should be respected whenever a certain act of Congress or the President is done, comfortable means that we do not rankle the powerful in the status quo, correct?
That is correct, Your
Yes,
Honor.
and that's inertia that is tempting on the part of the court, correct?
Yes,
But
Your Honor.
unlike the other political departments, in this court, the petitioner is a majority of one, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, in the Congress, in the House of Representatives, you have to go through your representative, and your representative will have to argue with all of them. But in this particular case, when your client filed, when the other petitioners filed, they are now treated almost equal with government. They have to answer the arguments that were raised, correct?
That is correct, Your
So
Honor.
this is, in a sense, a protection of what is considered to be the minority voice. But certainly, the minority voice can also represent the voiceless majority, correct?
That is correct, Your
Yes,
Honor.
and that is where we are looking at it from as a judiciary, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is not to be against government when we look at a particular case so in a detailed manner, conscientiously and deliberately, because we want to protect that function of the judiciary, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Do you agree with me that social justice should be read into every provision in the Constitution?
Definitely, Your Honor.
That when we read the Constitution, it is not only the intent of the framers, the intent of those who ratified, but also social justice, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
In other words, you agree with me that there is a certain argument that we cannot be always positivistic, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That we have to take a look at what is actually existing, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, because if we were only asked to look at the intent of the framers and those that ratified, we will be superhumans and omniscient, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because what will be asked of us by that legal methodology is that we try to telepathy or do mental telepathy to discern what the 50 constitutional commissioners were thinking through their words, and also to take a look at those that ratified the Constitution in order to, in a superhuman manner, discern the objective intent of a particular provision. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
But as you are now looking at the 15 of us, you now say that none of us are superhuman, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And that kind of methodology also assumes, besides being superhuman, that we are also half human, because it says that we should not consider our ideological predilections, our embodied reasoning, our situated reasoning, not be conscious of that, and simply operate like computers, defer that kind of a perspective, and read the Constitution as if we were calculators or computers, correct?
Hold the
And
impartiality.
we are not computers, because then there should have been simply an AI agent listening to you right now. But what you have are human beings with discretion coming from different journeys sitting in this court, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And therefore, it is our role not to accommodate with political power, but to accommodate with provisions in the Constitution as seen by social justice, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the lens of social justice, correct?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
the narrative that we should bring is not the narrative of how government can work easier, but a narrative from the point of view of our people, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, to protect the interest, Your Honor.
Like
of the
all
people.
political leaders, they should also have that narrative. So our narrative is that of the motorcycle rider who died while waiting for his few thousand pesos for ayuda in Quezon City a few days ago, not the narrative of those waiting for their cut in the allocation of a government budget amounting to millions, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Our narrative should be of the family who lost their homes in a fire in Nia Road, in Quezon City, who now desperately seek shelter, not those who have mansions and farm-to-market roads that lead to their mansions or subdivisions they now own, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Our narrative should be that of a grade 5 student who cannot read or write, as per report of EDCOM 2, and the limited hope of her family, not those who are able to send people to Princeton, Oxford, or wherever they could squander the opportunity, yet still become a political leader because they belong to a family dynasty, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and our narrative should be that of a fisher folk family who now experience hunger because they cannot put diesel in their boat, not those who produce very complicated budget concepts in order to purchase helicopters and private jets, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I am saying is, you will agree with me that our role is to try to step back and to see it from a different perspective, regardless of whether or not we will rankle those that are in power, because that is our duty as a court, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And therefore, it is our duty not to be comfortable, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Kari. Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you, Your Honor.
I now yield the floor.
It's practically 12 o'clock, and Justice Kagiwa will start his interpellation. So let's have a lunch break and resume at 1:30. Session is suspended.
All please rise. The Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines, the Senior Associate Justice, and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having business before the Honorable Supreme Court of the Philippines shall give their attention, for the court is now in session.
Please be seated.
Justice Alfredo Benjamin Caguioa will conduct his interpellation.
Thank you, Chief. Can I ask the Solicitor General?
Good afternoon, Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon. I guess my first question to you is, don't you think this budget problem is so hard to understand?
It is, Your Honor, so we've had so many briefings. We have a deeper appreciation of the complexity of the processes.
So it's not a household budget, right?
No, but parallel.
Okay, so that there are so many things I need to clarify so that we can understand this together. I'll go through some basic questions, all right?
Okay, thank you.
So I'll begin with Section 29(1) of Article 6 of the Constitution, and it says, "No money shall be paid out of the Treasury except in pursuance of an appropriation made by law." In other words, only Congress can authorize the expenditure of public funds, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And this is otherwise referred to as the power of the purse.
Correct, Your Honor.
Do you recall the case of Araulio versus Aquino III?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In this case, the court extensively discussed the budget process. And in the 2014 decision, it mentioned 4 phases comprising the budget process, namely budget preparation, budget legislation, budget execution, and accountability, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So that everybody is on the same page, I'm showing a slide on the pertinent portions of Araulio versus Aquino. And it says there, the Philippine budget cycle, 4 phases. They comprise budget preparation, budget legislation, budget execution, and accountability. The budget legislation phase covers the period commencing from the time Congress receives the President's budget, which is inclusive of the NEP and the BASF. So when we say that Congress has the power of the purse, do you agree with me that this refers to the budget legislation or budget authorization phase mentioned in Araulio?
Yes, Your Honor.
So this means that when Congress comes up with the General Appropriations Bill, which eventually becomes the General Appropriations Act or the GAA, the amounts appropriated for every program, activity, and project or PAP were primarily based on the proposed budget, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And this proposed budget, it comes from the President,
Yes, Your Honor.
and that is why it is called the President's budget, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And once the budget is submitted to Congress, Congress reviews the same, subject to certain limits set by the Constitution, on the exercise of the power of the purse, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And one of those limits is found in Article 6, Section 25. Can I see the slide? Which says, Congress may not increase the appropriations recommended by the President for the operation of the government as specified in the budget. The form, content, and manner of preparation of the budget shall be prescribed by law. I've highlighted the portion that says the form, content, and manner of preparation shall be prescribed by law. The law here refers to the Administrative Code of 1987, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Specifically, Book 6, Chapter 3, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm bringing up Section 11, the relevant portions of the Admin Code, Book 6, Chapter 3. It provides for the submission by the President of the proposed budget. this is the form, content, and manner referred to in the constitutional provision, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it mentions national government budget, estimated receipts, budget proposal, programs, projects, and activities, budget message, summary of financial statements, and what are required to be set forth. So if you look at section 12.2A and 12.2B, requiring the estimated expenditures and estimated receipts for the ensuing fiscal year, that refers to the BESF, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, section 12.2A also states, and I quote, the proposed appropriations necessary for the support of the government for the ensuing fiscal year. This refers to the PAPs expressed or appearing in the NEP, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, if we are to go back to the Constitution, these are actually echoed in relevant portions or provisions on the submission of the budget. For example, Article 7, Section 22. It requires the President to submit, and I quote, a budget of expenditures and sources of financing, close quote, within 30 days. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Meanwhile, Article 6, Section 25, which prohibits Congress from increasing the proposed budget, explicitly refers to, again I quote, the appropriations recommended by the President for the operation of the government. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And when the Constitution says appropriations recommended by the President, that is in the NEP. Correct?
Okay, Your Honor, I'm trying to recall. So the NEP, includes both the programmed appropriations and the unprogrammed appropriations.
Correct.
So it is our humble submission,
Yes, but
Your Honor.
those are the appropriations recommended by the President because the NEP originates from the office of the President.
Yes, yes, correct.
Yes, I'm
That's
going to go
correct.
to where you're going. Don't worry. So now that we're on the same page, let's look together at the budget documents submitted by the President for fiscal year 2024, 2025, and 2026. Can you bring up Section 1 of the general provisions in the 2024 NEP? It is there stated that, and I quote, the amount of 4.3 million is hereby appropriated out of any funds of the National Treasury not otherwise appropriated for the operation of the government. That's Section 1. This amount of 4.3 trillion refers to the new general appropriations for fiscal year 2024, which is the sum of 4.019 billion for programmed and 281.9 billion for unprogrammed, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. That's in the slide. You can see that the slide, which appears in the submission, shows both programmed and unprogrammed.
Correct, Your Honor.
Let's go to the 2025 NEP. And it states, and I quote, the proposed total new general appropriations requiring legislative authorization will amount to 4,405 billion, composed of 4,247 billion in programmed appropriations and 158.67 billion in unprogrammed appropriations, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Again, that is reflected in that table being flashed on the screen. Finally, in the introduction to the 2026 NEP, it also states, if I can have that flashed, the total proposed level for new general appropriations, which requires legislative authorization, comprised of programmed and unprogrammed appropriations, amounts to 4.652.8 billion, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So based on the foregoing, it appears to me, at least, no? It appears clear to me when the President requests legislative authority, he is requesting spending authority in the amounts for both programmed and unprogrammed. Do we agree?
I agree, Your Honor.
And when Congress acts on the proposed budget submitted by the President, it in fact evaluates both programmed and unprogrammed appropriations, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Because unprogrammed appropriations, by its nature, constitutes, in your words, a standby authority.
Correct, Your Honor.
In fact, in your statements in the last oral arguments, you describe the PAPs in the unprogrammed appropriations as, and I quote you, the government's aspirational priorities, programs which are also needed and ready for implementation, but whose funding depends on specific fiscal events that may or may not occur. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when Congress authorizes the amounts allocated for unprogrammed appropriations, the result is the same. The executive can implement the PAPs and for that purpose spend public funds, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
I'm showing to you Section 23, Chapter 4, Book 6 of the Admin Code. It also says that the GAA must show the appropriations for each PAP, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So to be clear, the BESF provides for the expenses and sources of funding, but it is the NEP that indicates the PAPs that should be funded for the next fiscal year. Agree?
I agree, Your Honor.
So the NEP is essentially the expression of the President's priority programs and policies, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Therefore, given all of these, to my mind, at least to my mind, there is no other conclusion other than the fact that when the Constitution prohibits Congress from increasing the appropriations recommended by the President, that prohibition includes all the appropriations in the NEP. Do you agree?
We respectfully disagree, Your Honor.
I'm going to go to that one. You're talking about the deficit, the budget deficit?
We went, Your Honor, we went, in order to interpret the constitutional provision, we look at the deliberations and also the history of the constitutional provision on what is being referred to in the President's proposed appropriations for the operations of government. And it is our submission that it refers to the BESF, which includes the programmed appropriations.
There are no programmed appropriations in the BESF. They're just sources of funding. It's really the NEP.
The BESF and the TEP both contain the programmed appropriations and the automatic appropriations. So they are, they detail the expenses and the sources of financing. So that's why it's called the BESF. Okay.
We will agree to disagree. I'm showing you a table comparing the appropriations in the 2024, 2025, and 2026 NEP and GAA. Looking at this, can you confirm, Counsel, that Congress retained the total programmed appropriations recommended by the President in 2024 and 2026, but reduced the programmed appropriations in 2025?
I don't have the details, but based on this one, Your Honor, I will agree.
Okay. So looking at the same table, in 2024, Congress increased the total unprogrammed appropriations almost threefold, or by 449.5 billion. And in 2025, the increase was 204.75 billion. And based on this same table, this resulted in Congress increasing the total appropriations recommended by the President in 2024 and 2025. Can we agree on that?
Correct, Your Honor.
Can you put on the screen again Article 6, Section 25(1)? May not increase the appropriations recommended by the President. This prohibition, at least textually, Madam Solicitor General, this is clear. Textually.
Your Honor, it is our humble position that this provision has to be interpreted with Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 1. The provision that says as to what the President has to propose to the Congress, which is the proposed appropriations based on the operations, for the operations of government.
That's
so
the NEP.
That is the BESF.
And the NEP.
The NEP,
The BSF doesn't have the appropriations, right?
Your Honor, the NEP consists of the programmed and the unprogrammed appropriation. It is our position that we are referring to the BESF, which does not contain the unprogrammed appropriation
No,
because
the BSF contains expenses and sources of financing.
that is correct.
Based on the
Your Honor.
expenses and the sources of financing, the President, through the executive, through the President, now says, I want to use that money to fund these particular projects.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you find that in the NEP.
Yes, Your Honor, but the unprogrammed appropriations are
I'm not talking about
found.
unprogrammed. I'm talking only about the NEP being the expression of where I will use the money to fund which PAPs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct?
Correct,
So when
Your
you
Honor.
talk about budget, you just don't talk about sources of funding.
Yes,
You talk about saan mo ilalaan yung pera.
yes, Your Honor, the expenditures.
And that's the NEP.
Yes, the NEP includes both, but when I
No, the
mentioned
budget includes BSF and the NEP.
the budget for us, Your Honor,
No, that's why I started everything, Solicitor General, by posting to you all the provisions of the Constitution that referred to budget.
yes. May I clarify, Your Honor? And when I mentioned a while ago that we looked at the deliberations of the CONCOM for the Constitution, it is our interpretation that the rationale for the requirement of sealing is so that there will be no unbounded expenditures that will result in too much deficit. And that's
Yes.
why when the President proposes for expenditures and the sources of financing, it is our considered position and the interpretation also of Congress for so many years since 1987 Constitution, and that I think was the point of the amicus curiae, that it has been interpreted by Congress, which is also a reasonable interpretation. There is no prohibition as to unprogrammed appropriations. The unprogrammed appropriations are sourced from different sources of financing, and which former Congressman Joey Salceda mentioned that it is self-funding. And that's why, to us, to the respondents, generally speaking, the unprogrammed appropriations will not result in a deficit because they are sourced from different sources of funding.
Understood. I think the words of Congressman Salceda is that unprogrammed funds are deficit neutral, correct?
Deficit neutral, correct.
And I'll go there later. In the meantime, you were asked by Justice Leonen whether there is anything in the Constitution that says any excess revenue should be first applied to PAPs in the programmed appropriations and not to the unprogrammed appropriations. I think that's a transcript of the oral arguments. And your response is, it is only in the GAA, Your Honor. I'd like to clarify, what do you mean by that? It is only in the GAA.
I was referring to the condition or the triggers which are specified in the special provision of the GAA.
Okay. So, to be clear, your position is that the constitutional prohibition on increasing the President's proposed budget exists primarily to prevent a budget deficit. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, that was the rationale that
Yeah.
we interpreted from the exchange of Commissioner Davide and Mr. Natividad.
Okay, so that everybody again is on the same page, can you pull up the language for the triggers in 2024, 2025, and 2026? In all of these GAAs, Section 1, it says any of the following exists: excess revenue collections in any one of the identified non-tax revenues from its corresponding revenue collection target. Same with 2025 and 2026. This is what you are referring to as the basis of your interpretation of what the Constitution prohibits, correct?
This is statutory,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes. So this is your basis.
Yes, Your Honor. Although, may I clarify, and my team can also help me confirm, because my recollection is in the 2024 GAA, the wording is accurate, but in the 2025 and 2026, okay, tama po pala. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's okay. So under the first condition, excess collections in any one of the identified non-tax revenue sources can trigger the authority to spend the unprogrammed appropriations, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And new revenue collections from sources not reflected in the BSF can also trigger the unprogrammed appropriations under the second condition, correct?
Your Honor, may I qualify? The sources that are referred to in the special provision are also anchored on the targets that are enumerated in the BESF because they are excess in the target revenue collection.
I have an example that will show that, if you don't mind. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But you agree that as soon as either condition arises, the spending authority for the unprogrammed appropriations is triggered.
It is triggered, Your Honor, depending on the requirements of the certification from the Bureau of Treasury and the DBM issuance of the SARO.
Yes, okay. So at that point in time, when these triggers are triggered, the agencies with PAPs in the unprogrammed appropriations may apply for its release. Correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And they can apply for their release even if the revenue target for the year for programmed appropriations have not been met. Correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, let's have a more concrete example. Based on the 2026 BSF, the projected revenue from the non-tax revenue programs of the following agencies are the following. So you have 3.8 for DOTR, 961 million for DOF, and another 815 for registration fees of the DOTR. These projected revenues fund the PAPs in the program appropriations, correct?
I will trust Your Honor.
It's in the BSF.
Yes, but I don't have the detail, but I trust Your Honor, your slide.
Okay. So let's say that as of the end of the third quarter of 2026, DOTR, DOF, and DOT are able to collect the following amounts. Can you look at the next slide? DOTR is able to collect 2 billion, DOF, BOC is able to collect 2 billion, DOT is able to collect 500 million. That's a total collected amount of 4.5 billion. Agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Considering that 4.5 billion is less than the 5.6 billion projected revenue for quarter 3, you do not have a surplus at the end of the third quarter, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's expand the example. Let's also say that there is a programmed appropriation for a PAP worth 5 billion and an unprogrammed appropriation for another PAP worth 1 billion under unprogrammed. Question: do we have enough to fund the PAP under the programmed appropriation worth 5 billion?
Your
Without-
Honor, if it is in the
Program.
BESF, if it is in the program, then there is a corresponding source.
Only 4.5 billion. But the
Okay.
projected revenues or for the third quarter is 5.6 billion.
I submit, Your Honor.
Okay. So, assuming that there is a PAP under the programmed appropriation worth 5 billion, and there is a PAP under the unprogrammed part worth 1 billion, my question first is, do you have enough to fund the PAP under the program?
No, Your Honor.
You're missing 500 million,
Yes, Your Honor.
which the government can perhaps earn in the last quarter. Quarter 4.
Could be, Your Honor.
Could be. Now, going back to my earlier slide, which shows, again, this is only an example, that the Bureau of Customs has already exceeded its projected revenue from import processing fees by about 1 billion. This would mean also that Special Provision 1A of the unprogrammed appropriations is triggered, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
In other words, the 1 billion may now be used to fund the PAP in the unprogrammed appropriation worth 1 billion, correct?
Well, actually, Your Honor, our interpretation or our submission is that if it is an excess of what has been accepted by Congress as the target, then it is a source of funding for the unprogrammed and not for the programmed.
Even if the BSF indicates that the earnings, that was a source of revenue for program.
Yes, Your Honor. That's what I was trying to explain a while ago with regard to the intuitive idea that the unprogrammed appropriations will only be funded if there is a surplus. But surplus, the DBM briefs us, has a technical meaning or even ordinary meaning, is that surplus is revenue minus disbursement. But it is not the source of funding. There should not be a surplus in order to fund an unprogrammed appropriation, but an excess in the...
I'm not understanding what you're saying, because what I showed you was the BSF. Those were the sources of funding for the programmed.
Yes,
And
yes,
one
Your
of those
Honor.
items, we get to collect much, much more.
Yes, Your Honor.
That now can be used for program.
Your Honor.
It's only a source of funding.
Yes, it's a source of funding, but attached to it is the target revenue which the government commits to meet.
Exactly.
And that is
And by the third quarter, it has exceeded that target.
Your Honor, may I mention that in the execution and administration of the fund, which is part of the budget execution, so the DBM is observing certain policies on cash programming in such a way. I think that this issue was also raised in Araulio, where at first the conclusion was, in order to determine if there is an excess that could be a source of unprogrammed appropriation, the DBM has to wait for the whole year.
No, hold on. I'm just talking about program. I have BSF telling me that licenses of the BOC is a source of funding for program. And in the third quarter, I realize I've far exceeded that amount. Common sense tells me that amount, which is a source of funding, which I identified in the BSF, can now be used for program activities.
I agree.
Are we saying that we cannot use it for program?
I agree, Your Honor. It is very intuitive. My interpretation, my submission is that the DBM works on a periodic checking if there is an excess. So there is also a periodic target that they have to meet.
Wait, I'm giving you Q3 figures. That's a quarterly figure of collections versus projections. And I've collected much, much more. What else will DBM look at?
Okay.
That's an excess in my projected revenues.
My understanding, Your Honor, is that every quarter they have to work.
That's why we're in the third quarter.
Yes, Your Honor. So you work on targets, and that's how the DBM will coordinate with the BTR if there is an excess in any one of the collection.
Can you bring up again the screen, the example? There. Projected revenues is 961. Isn't that the target?
Your Honor, if I may ask for the supporting explanation of the DBM, because that was also what we asked as to how they monitor the targets, because in the motion for reconsideration of Araulio, the Supreme Court also said that you don't have to wait for the whole year.
I disagree with your reading of Araulio. I'll flash it later on the screen. That is not how I read Araulio. But I do want to hear from DBM what explanation they have. Given my example, that's my target revenue. That's my projected revenue. I breached it. It's now 2 billion. Are you telling me that I cannot use the excess of 2 billion over 961 for programmed activities?
The actual revenues.
That's my example, huh?
Okay. It depends. For me, Your Honor, it depends on what was the target revenue.
That's the target. That's the projected revenue. Yan ang tinitignan ng gobyerno to fund program.
Your Honor, may
Yes.
I ask for
Sure.
the DBM representative,
Because I'd like to
please?
understand.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. If I may take a step back and clarify one point on the slide. It said there that there's 5 billion appropriation, but
In the
there's
program.
in the program, yes, sir.
Assume lang yan, ha?
Opo, opo. And there's only 4.5
Billion collected.
collected, but
Actual collections as of
Yes.
Q3.
for a specific program which
For
will
all
be
three. For all three sources of funding.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor. So when we were proposing the budget, when we submit the BASF, the programmed appropriations have the necessary counterpart sources of financing in totality. So it's not really, except for special funds, which would have to be spent for a specific purpose. It would have considered that cash is fungible.
Hold on. But when you put it in the BSF as a source of funding, you're looking at it as a source of funding.
Yes, Your Honor.
To fund what? Program.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct?
Yes, po.
And my example is very simple. I collect more than what I projected. Why can I not use that money for program?
When we are during the budget execution phase of the cycle, the DBM is implementing the General Appropriations Act. So at that point, considering that no money shall be paid out of the Treasury without an appropriation made by law, the only options left to the DBM for spending the excess revenue would be either to spend it for unprogrammed appropriations as provided by the GAA, or another option would be not to spend it for the unprogrammed appropriations.
No, but I go back to the question of Justice Marvick. Why not spend it for program? It's just money.
If we're referring to cash, Your Honor, the cash could be spent for program, but
So-
the excess revenue...
No, in my example is very specific. My collections is 2 billion. Your projected revenues was 900. So there's a increase of 1.1 billion. Can I use that for program?
The cash from the collections?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But can I use it also for unprogrammed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Also,
Yes,
correct?
Your Honor.
Because it is also triggered. It's excess revenue.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama?
Yeah. May I clarify, Your Honor, that
Okay.
when you use it for the program, I qualified my answer that you can use the cash, considering the fungibility of the cash. But the notation or the ledger noting the excess revenue will still be available for appropriation towards the unprogrammed appropriation.
Wow, nawala ako dun.
Let me be clearer, Your Honor, if I may. So when we have collections, of course, there's the cash. And there's also the trigger for the unprogrammed appropriations. The cash, our position has always been, it is fungible. So if there is cash and it's like you have, it's like depositing in a bank. You're not depositing in a safety deposit box, but you're depositing. So the cash itself is fungible, so you can spend it. But as to the trigger, whether you've already triggered the unprogrammed appropriation trigger to allow for releases, then yes, as soon as you have excess revenue beyond what is the target for the BES.
So I go back to my example. Is there an excess revenue beyond the target?
Yes.
So I can use it for unprogrammed.
Yes po.
But I can also use it for program if it were cash.
The cash po, yes.
The cash equivalent. Tama ba?
The cash is, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So who chooses where to go? Who chooses that I use it for unprogrammed and not programmed?
At the point that there is a trigger and there's a corresponding request from the agencies which fall under the purposes identified under the unprogrammed appropriations, then there's no need to prioritize one or the other. Both can be released. But of course, the borrowing, the sources of financing.
No, it can be both. It's just 1 peso. Diba? 1 peso lang yung pwede mong ibigay, ilaan. Sinong pumipili kung saan mo ilalagay yon? Sa unprogrammed or programmed? Na-trigger ng unprogrammed. Pwede nang ilagay. So, kung pwede natin gamitin yon for unprogrammed, yes. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Kung pwede natin gamitin yon for program, the answer is also yes.
Yes.
Correct? So, sino nagde-decide? Yung pisong yon?
May I clarify,
Sige
Your
po.
Honor? When we propose the budget, there's an expenditure and a source of financing. And while we may not have all the cash for the sources of financing, and this is composed of both revenues and borrowings, these revenues and borrowings are already programmed and planned. So if we have committed to provide sources of financing for the programmed appropriations, that means that the national government is ready and willing to provide the corresponding source of financing.
Okay. So in other words, you got to trigger the unprogrammed and it gets spent for unprogrammed. Because at the end of the day, for programmed appropriations, government is ready to fulfill that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi hindi nga safety deposit box, parang bangko.
Yes, Your
diba?
Honor.
But we now have an Iran war. And the Iran war has screwed up my income revenue stream, projected. So I know that in Q4, I won't be able to fund my 5 billion project. Kasi nakuha na ng unprogrammed yung 1 billion eh. So, I need 1.5. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And government, as you just said, will make sure that program is implemented. This priority plan of the president.
Yes, Your Honor.
It will borrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Therefore, it has an effect on the deficit. Yes?
Yes.
It has. And therefore, if you increase the unprogrammed and spend it, forcing you to borrow for programmed activities and projects, you are increasing the deficit.
If you're borrowing for the program, that should still be within the target deficit for the fiscal year.
No, my situation again is they are triggered both ways. you're putting it now to unprogrammed, and you can, per the language, because it's in the language.
Opo.
Pero nawalan ako ng 1.5 billion to finish my 5 billion sa program. Hihiram ako ng 1.5.
If I may clarify, Your Honor, what I spent for the unprogrammed was not considered in the BESF as a source of financing for the program.
But it was financing because of over-collections.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct?
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
it could actually finance or fund my PAP in the program.
It could have resulted in a lower deficit if we used the excess collection.
Yes.
But it would not using it for UA would not necessarily increase the deficit.
Correct. Except that I have the
programmed by
Iran war and I have to borrow money to finish my 5 billion project. In that situation, the budget deficit is affected, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Adversely.
Yes, Your Honor.
So it is not accurate to say that unprogrammed appropriations are deficit neutral. Under the language of your special provisions, because your special provisions allow to fund unprogrammed appropriations for any increase in any item, as opposed to the total.
Yes,
If it
Your
were the
Honor.
total, I'll agree with you, it is neutral. But the way it is couched, the language, which allows me to use in any item an excess to fund UA, that makes it not neutral, right?
If I may clarify, Your Honor, looking at unprogrammed appropriations in isolation, it is deficit neutral.
Yes.
But-
But once triggered,
If we relate the possibility of using the excess revenue to fund programmed appropriations instead of borrowing, then that's the
it
time.
will lessen the budget, the deficit. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is the moment the trigger is triggered, it goes to UA. Then bahala na si Batman sa program.
In accordance with the GAA provisions as enacted by Congress, Your Honor.
So I guess that's where I'm coming from. I don't think it's accurate to say that unprogrammed appropriations are deficit neutral. In a situation where you have provisions in your GAA that allow you to take from any source, that has an effect on the deficit. Are we in agreement with that? You see, my problem, I'll be very candid with you. My problem is not unprogrammed appropriations as a concept. I totally agree with Congressman Salceda. And I also agree with Secretary Jokno. We need that, especially for foreign-assisted projects, right? So my problem really is the triggers. Why are the triggers that way? They're creating artificial surpluses. So, again, my line of questioning is only to clarify, totoo nga bang walang epekto ang program? Parang hindi. Once matrigger. You're smiling, so I think you're saying yes?
Your Honor, if there's a basic concept on the executive end that when we propose the budget, considering we're in a deficit budget, when we propose the budget, the BESF already anticipates a certain level of borrowing and a certain level of deficit. So that's an accepted programmed amount in the BESF.
Correct. But if that happens and I earn more, why can't I use it for program? There's no law that says I cannot use it for program, right?
There's no law, Your Honor.
It will, in fact, decrease the deficit, correct?
It could, Your Honor.
But that's not what's happening. What's happening is the moment any of those triggers are triggered, UA.
In accordance with the special provisions, Your Honor.
Yes. So therefore, I'm not wrong in saying that there seems to be a choice already that once one of those triggers get triggered, it goes to UA. And if I cannot fund my programmed appropriation, I have no choice but to borrow. And it will increase the deficit. I think that is what Chairman Solita Monsod was mentioning. It is increasing the budget deficit.
We have no choice but to borrow. But if it's in line with the programmed amount in the BSF, then it will be within the acceptable deficit programmed by the executive.
Okay, thank you.
Respectfully, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. I'll go to a different point. I think, thank you. This was mentioned also by the Solicitor General. In Araulio versus Aquino, again, per my reading, the court ruled that unprogrammed funds should consider the revenue targets as a whole, not individually. That was in Araulio decision. Okay. In the last oral arguments, you argued that the ruling was limited only to the 2011, 2012, and 2013 GAAs. Did I understand your argument correctly? Okay. So can we pull up the 2011, 2012, and 2013 GAAs? If you look at the language, of 2011, 2012, and 2013, they're talking totals only when the revenue collections exceed the original revenue targets, provided that collections arising from sources not considered may be used to cover releases from appropriations. This seems to be a more expansive language compared to the 2024, 2025, and 2026 GAAs, which specify any. Are we in agreement with that?
Yes, Your Honor. Beginning 2015,
Yes.
there was a change in the special provision on the trigger that there was an inclusion of the phrase in
Yes.
anyone.
Okay. But in the 2014 Araulio decision, government already was arguing that the way to read those provisions, which I flashed on the screen, is that excess in the revenue collection for a particular source. So given even the language of 2011, 2012, and 2013, the argument of government was, no, the correct way to understand that is collection for a particular source. I'm showing to you, can you bring up slide 32? There, I highlighted. That's a quote from Araulio versus Aquino. But the respondents understand the phrase to refer only to the collections for each source of revenue as enumerated in the BSF.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's why in the briefing to us, I think that was the reaction because of the interpretation of the Supreme Court in Araulio. In 2015, the trigger provision was revised.
But
to
the trigger,
include
but
in
the trigger
anyone.
provision here talks about totals, and you revised it to make it more clear that it can be taken from specific.
In anyone, because
Yes, but the Supreme Court in Araulio ruled against that.
Okay. Your Honor, may I clarify? I want to make a distinction between what was being interpreted by the Supreme Court in the Araulio, and that's why I try to draw the attention of the people that the special provision trigger has a different articulation, and I would say in reaction to the interpretation of the court, and that's why they added the...
But that doesn't make sense to me. The language of 2011, 2012, and 2013 were clear. It's total.
May I clarify?
And then the respondents, government said, no, that's not how to read it, Supreme Court. You read it per source. And the Supreme Court said, no, it cannot be per source because you're going to screw up the budget because you're going to create artificial surpluses. And the reaction is to actually say that's a reaction that sidesteps. That's a reaction that's has already been debunked by the Supreme Court in this case. So I don't understand.
Your Honor, so we were also looking at the origin. Where was the artificial surplus mentioned? And I think it's coming from this case. And the reason why, to us, there is a big impact as to what we are now considering, we have to remember that this special provision is not a constitutional it's not a constitutional requirement. It is a statutory requirement that was being interpreted by the Supreme Court in Araulio. So here, it seems that the trigger is an excess in the total, and that's why the court interpreted it as, then you have to wait for the total revenue projection.
That's not what Araulio said. That's not what Araulio. You're talking about the motion for recon?
Which was eventually what was decided on by the Supreme Court in the motion for reconsideration.
Okay. Can we bring up the pertinent portion of the Supreme Court decision on Araulio motion for recon? It's slide 35. That's the language. Based on the 2011, 2012, and 2013 GAAs, respondents contend that each source of revenue in the budget proposal must exceed. Accordingly, the court's ruling thereon nullified the intention of the authors. That was the argument of the respondents, the Solicitor General at the time. The ruling of the court says the respondents' contentions are without merit. Look at the next paragraph, which I highlighted. While we maintain the position that aggregate revenue collection must first exceed aggregate revenue target as a prerequisite to the use of unprogrammed funds, we clarify. So in other words, what the Supreme Court was clarifying was in the middle of the year, you can determine that already, whether total exceeds total. It was not a statement of the Supreme Court to say that we go back to interpreting specific sources. Specific, that's why I decided to put it on screen. It's clear as day, as for me.
Your Honor, may I say the position of the respondents? So to us, the argument of the Solicitor General then was reflecting what was the interpretation also of the Executive and Congress. And since the wording is, it seems to refer only to the total, and that's why we accept wholeheartedly the interpretation of the Supreme Court in taking into consideration the total revenue and then determining if there is an excess. And that's why that is what I'm trying to explain, that impelled Congress to insert another phrase that in any one of the collection target, you can ascertain which has an excess, and you don't have to wait for the
But
total.
counsel, the change in that language is precisely what the Supreme Court said you ought not to do, because it will create an artificial surplus. My takeaway from Araulio, and I guess I invite everybody here to read it, no, is number one, that the language of 2011, 2012, and 2013, as clear as it was, could not be interpreted the way the respondents were arguing. It had to be total. And number two, that if you were to interpret it as a specific source, any source, then you are creating a distortion. You are creating an artificial surplus. You are now impacting on the budget deficit. That's my takeaway from both the decision and the resolution. And it boggles my mind that you tell me that the reaction of Congress to a clear decision of the Supreme Court is to say the very thing that the Supreme Court said could not be done.
Your Honor,
that boggles the mind.
yes, Your Honor, I perfectly understand where you are coming from. I am trying to explain the position of the respondents because the UAs were never intended to be funded by surpluses. They are the intention is to fund it with the excess in the target revenues, in the revenues that have been promised by the President to be met by government.
And then the Iran war happened, and I can't get that funding anymore.
Your Honor.
And yet, the excess I will use for UA, not PA.
Your Honor.
That's what I don't understand.
If I may, so there is also a contingent fund in the programmed appropriations.
No, but that's not what happened, right? What happened is na-prefer ang UA. For lack of a better word, no? Inuna ang UA.
Your Honor, the position of the respondents is that since they are sourced from different sources.
But they're not. My example says that they're not.
Okay. They refer to the same source, but the target that was submitted by the President and accepted by Congress as the source of financing is then also a definite. So if the target revenue is 1 billion and the government yields 1.2 billion, the 0.2 billion will then be a trigger for the unprogrammed appropriations. That is the humble submission of the respondents, Your Honor.
Again, let's agree to disagree. The decisions of the Supreme Court become part of the law of the land, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
And if my reading of the decision in Araulio is correct, then the only conclusion I have is that the language beginning 2014, 2015, they were in contravention of the Araulio ruling.
Again, it is my respectful submission, Your Honor, that we think that there is an impact to changing the word so that including the in any. The in any interpretation, the Supreme Court said that it is inappropriate if the wording of the trigger in the 2011 to 2013 is this way, because we were referring to the total. But if it is in any...
That seems to be such a very narrow reading of Araulio. Araulio was very specific to say that it should be totals because you do not want to create an artificial surplus. And that statement was in relation to the desire of government not to increase its deficit budget. So when you start saying that this is the language, but it could not have meant this, it could only mean this, and then you totally prescind from the effects on the budget, that seems to be such a selective way of reading things.
Your Honor, the position of the respondents is that what has been submitted by the President in the BESF when accepted by the Congress will be the level of the target revenues that are committed by government. And that's why if there is an excess, then that could be the source of funding for the standby appropriation. That is the position of the government.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I only have a few questions left. Actually, I have 1,000 questions. I'll ask them the next time. But for today, I just have a few more questions. Can I ask the DBM representative? These are just points of clarification I want to make.
We have the two representatives.
The one who was here.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put on the slide section 5 of DBM Circular 581? Are you familiar with this, ma'am?
I can read through it, Your Honor.
Clarificatory guidelines and procedures applicable to foreign-assisted projects following the cash budgeting system and Treasury single account framework. That's the title. I'm assuming you're familiar with it?
Fairly, Your Honor.
Fairly or very?
Fairly, Your Honor.
Fairly, okay. It has 5.1 and 5.2. These are just points to clarify. My understanding of 5.1 is that it refers to new FAPs that are ready for implementation as of the cutoff date indicated in the budget call. Is my understanding correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And since they are ready for implementation, it means that as of the date indicated in the budget call, they have already undergone the rigorous evaluation process mentioned by Secretary Jokno last time, namely pre-feasibility study, feasibility study, detailed engineering, review of the internal rate of return threshold, and a certain source of financing for these new FAPs.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So our spending authority for this type of FAP is no longer contingent on anything.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So as an example, can you put lang on the slide? This is the example I find. That's the Metro Manila Subway Project Phase 1, which is part of the appropriations for the Department of Transportation under the 2026 GAA. This is under programmed appropriations, correct?
I have to verify that, Your Honor.
I'm telling you already.
Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor.
It's in program. So here you have a source of funding. The loan has been approved. Nothing else needs to be done. Therefore, nasa program siya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, going back to Budget Circular 581, Section 5.2, they refer to FAPs that, while already approved or scheduled to be approved by the ICC and NEDA, they are not yet implementation ready as of the cutoff date indicated in the budget call. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
And these programs, they will be evaluated by the DBM for inclusion in the unprogrammed.
For possible inclusion, yes.
So
Your
much
Honor.
so that when the contract is finally approved in the middle of the year, for example, then meron ka ng budget authority to spend.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's the whole concept
The
about
efficiency,
standby.
Your Honor.
Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Everybody, I keep hearing on the news that everybody says, why don't we just file a supplemental budget? How long does a supplemental budget take?
It will go through the same process as the General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
And in your experience, how many months will this take?
Maybe 3 to...
Your Honor, we sampled special appropriation laws. The average, I think, is 50 days. It can also, it can be longer, but the average that we got was like 50 days, and it goes through the
50.
50.
That includes already deliberations in Congress?
Yes, Your Honor.
So 2 months.
On average.
And in those 2 months na hindi ko ma-implement yung FAP because it's pending legislation, which can be extended, right? Because of everything under the sun. And in those 2 months, what happens to the contract? Do I incur any fees?
If there are delays, there could be commitment fees, Your Honor.
How much are we talking about?
I would defer to my colleague on the specific
Let's have a ballpark figure. How much are we talking about?
1/4 of 1%.
1/4 of 1%.
I am listening to my previous secretaries, Your Honor.
And in projects that are huge, that 1/4 of 1% will be big.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're talking millions?
Billions, Your Honor.
Billions. Because I'm
Sometimes.
going through the legislative mill that will take me 2 months to process. In the meantime, I incur billions in terms of commitment fees.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that goes into the wisdom of UAs,
The efficiency of UA.
the efficiency of UAs. Okay. So given my understanding of 5.1 and 5.2 to be correct, can you confirm that for the 2026 GAA, the FAPs listed there under unprogrammed are only those that are referred to in 5.2?
I would have to double check the data, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yeah, let me end there. Because I noticed that 2024, 2025, and 2026, this phrase support to foreign assisted projects, they're packaged differently. 2024 has an itemization, 2025 has none, 2026 has no listing. So I want to make sure that when we say support to foreign assisted projects in the 2026 GAA, they are those that are just waiting for the loan to be approved. That they do not include FAPs that are already ready for implementation. Can you submit that?
I would not be in the position to because the GAA is the product of legislative authorization, Your Honor.
Who will be in a position to?
Maybe the Congress, Your Honor.
Counsel, are you representing Congress as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, so can you give that?
Your Honor, I was thinking ahead. Can you please say
Okay.
again your question?
Homework.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I need an itemization of the projects for 2024, 2025, and 2026 under the term support to foreign assisted projects. I need to see the name of the project, the total project cost, including the breakdown of the loan proceeds, and the GOP counterpart. And when you give me that list, tell me where in the GAA I find them so that I can look at the GAA and check. All right? So I want to know whether they're in the programmed or unprogrammed or whether they're both there.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, number two, I want to know or a clarification on whether or not the GOP peso counterpart for any FAP in the GAAs of 2024, 2025, and 2026 was included under any line item or under any item in the unprogrammed appropriations. I want to know whether or not the GOP counterpart is being put in unprogrammed or whether it is in program. Because if it is in program, it eats up, I think, what Secretary Butch likes to call fiscal space, diba? So I'd like to know where they are.
We will comply, Your Honor.
All right. Can you also indicate which foreign assisted projects we are paying commitment fees to for this year, 2024, 2025, 2026?
We will get the information.
And how much?
We will get the information, Your Honor.
Okay. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Justice Ben. Justice Ramon Paul Hernando will conduct his interpellation.
Thank you, Chief Justice. My questions will be brief and they will be very direct. And I'd like to ask them from the Solicitor General.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Solgen. I have some slides to share with you and everyone. There. So let's begin. I have an acronym for unprogrammed appropriations. IHUAS. For me, they stand for I hate unprogrammed appropriations. And I've already said so in my separate concurring and dissenting opinion in the Pimentel case. There. Where, among others, I bluntly said and wrote among others, that unprogrammed appropriations in any form are unconstitutional. My opinion, Madam Solgen, is, in my reckoning, it stands on very solid constitutional grounds, and I'll show you why. The constitutional framework for the national budget is, of course, spread over several constitutional provisions. But hearing from our amicis, specifically former Budget Secretary Abad, it is an accountability framework. And taking that cue from Secretary Abad, it is a rigid budget with purpose-specific spending. Why? Article 7, Section 22 requires the President to submit to Congress within that period of 30 days a budget of expenditures and sources of financing. That is the BESF. And for me, and my clear, or which is based on my very clear understanding of the constitutional provisions, the BESF can only refer to program appropriations and automatic appropriations. They can never include unprogrammed appropriations. And hearing from you earlier, they can only be found in the National Expenditure Program, which is the so-called President's budget. But the Constitution does not refer to a NEP. It refers to a BESF. Now, Article 6, Section 25, subparagraph 2, complements Article 7, Section 22. It says, no provision or enactment shall be embraced in the General Appropriations Bill unless it relates specifically to some particular provision therein. Any such provision or enactment shall be limited in its operation to the appropriation to which it relates. And that is my basis for saying that the constitutional framework, insofar as our budget is concerned, is one that is rigid and with purpose-specific spending architecture. So, you are articulating for the government an interpretation of these constitutional provisions, one that is flexible. Isn't it, Madam Solgen? I have a problem with the word flexibility or fiscal flexibility, as you said. Flexibility comes from the word flexible or flex. No? And another word for flex is bend. Are you advocating bending the Constitution?
Definitely not, Your Honor.
Why is that, Madam Solgen? Because with your argument for flexibility in that you are advancing unprogrammed appropriations to be within the framework of the government, even though it is not in the BESF, it is still to be considered as fiscal flexibility.
Your Honor, it is the submission of the respondents that the mention of budget of expenditures and sources of financing is found under the section on executive, which is a requirement for the President to submit that as a basis of the budget that will be passed by the GAA. But the Congress, being the one that has the power of the purse, it is not required that it will just adopt what the President has proposed, as has been ruled in Philconsa case by the Supreme Court as well. So
Yeah,
it is
exactly, Soljen, no? Because after all, the second phase of the budget cycle is budget legislation. That's where Congress comes in and deliberates on the proposal of the President on the basis of the BESF and the NEP, isn't it?
yes, Your Honor.
Anyway, let me continue. So, next slide, please. The framework that I'm referring to is that the GAB would be based on a budget of expenditures and sources of financing. Relatedly, if there is need to come up with new revenues to address some future needs of the government, the Constitution also provides for Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 4, referring to Special Appropriations Bill. Next slide, please. The constitutional mechanisms for budgetary responsiveness in such cases are the following, and you can see that in this slide. So kung kulang po ang pondo based dun sa GAA, ang aking pananaw at pananaw ng marami ay yan ay matutugunan ng supplemental budget na kaya naman palang ipasa in less than 2 months. So that's Section 25(2) of Article 6 or 7 in the form of a Special Appropriations Bill. And it would have to be coupled with funds actually available as certified by the National Treasurer or funds to be raised by a corresponding revenue proposal. Ang Constitution po natin hindi nagtatapos sa supplemental budget para matugunan ang mga ibang pangangailangan ng gobyerno sa kinabukasan. Ano po yung pangalawa? Meron yung Article 6, Section 25(5). Yan po yung power of the President, the Speaker, the Chief Justice, etc. to realign funds within their respective departments. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your
In
Honor.
fact, that provision was the subject of the Araulio ruling. Hindi rin nagtatapos sa Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 5. In the GAA itself, you have provisions for contingency funds. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, klarong-klaro po sa atin na ang constitutional mechanisms for budgetary responsiveness are there. We don't need UAs, Madam Soljen, because they are too risky for me. They are so risky and heavy na hindi sila makakasya sa isang maleta. They need to be encased in several maletas. So, let's go back to the budget cycle, just to be clear about it further. So, yan po yung ating budget preparation at cycle, Madam Soljen. Unang-una po dyan, yung budget preparation, na-explain na ng mabuti ni Saj and Justice Ben kung anong nangyayari sa budget preparation. Pagdating sa budget legislation, sinasabit ng Presidente yung ating sinasabing BESF kasama ang NEP, ang kanyang message to Congress at yung staffing pattern. Hindi po ba? 4 yan eh. Ngayon po, sa budget preparation, yung budget message, hindi ko na i-explain yan, just to be short. Yung budget of expenditures and sources of financing, this is a budget document that reflects the annual program of estimated expenditures and sources of financing, including receipts from existing and proposed revenue measures, which is constitutionally mandated to be submitted by the President to Congress as the basis of the GAB. Yun namang NEP ay may pagkakaiba sa BESF. Although ang sinasabi ko nga po, ang Constitution natin ay mas pinangahalagaan ang BESF at hindi ang NEP. Ang NEP naman is the budget document that contains the details of the proposed programs of the government that it submits to Congress. It serves as the basis of the General Appropriations Bill, which becomes the GAA upon enactment. So pagdating sa second phase, yung budget legislation, andyan na yung House deliberations at ang Senate deliberations matapos ang deliberations sa House. Magkakaroon ngayon ng bicameral conference committee deliberations. And then there is ratification and enrollment. And finally, these are submitted to the President for enactment. The enactment of the budget or the budget legislation phase ends when the President already signs the GAA into law. And that's where he can veto items, exercising those powers as vested to him by the Constitution. So yun po yung buong cycle, Madam Solgen. Now let me just go to some specifics. And there is this table that I happened to stumble on. It came from Budget Brief number 1 of the Congressional Policy and Budget Research Department of the House of Representatives. Nandyan po. Let me just validate or ask by way of questions from the DBM representative kung tama po yung table na yan. May I request your budget representative to come to the rostrum? At pakisilip po kung tama ang inyong nakikita sa monitor. If you will see, Council, taking a look at Table 1 under 2024 and 2025 columns, the total expenditure program for 2024 amounted to 5767.6. Tama po, no? Yan yung enacted budget for 2024. At yun namang 2025, ang enacted budget or appropriations, or total expenditure program ay 6326.3. Pero sa itaas po niyan ng total expenditure program and under total available appropriations ay niles yung UAs. So less under 2024, 731.4, and then under 2025, less yung 363.4. Is there a reason why hindi po isinisama yung UAs sa total expenditure program?
Your Honor, the unprogrammed appropriations are excluded because the sources of financing are different from the sources of financing for the programmed appropriations.
Because they are triggered in the future. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in that sense, the source of funding is not therefore clear at the time of the enactment of the budget.
Your Honor, may I respond to that?
Yes, please. Because yun naman ang pananaw ko, Madam Solgen, kung bakit itong unprogrammed appropriations, walang kinalalagyan yan sa budget dapat. Kasi nga po, hindi klaro yung sources of financing. They're not even considered expenditure at the time of enactment.
Your Honor, the sources of financing of the unprogrammed appropriations also refer to the sources of financing in the BESF, but there is a target when breached will then be the source of financing. Secondly, Your Honor, it is also our position that even in the programmed appropriations, the requirement under the Constitution is that instead of receipts, the constitutional provision says sources of financing based on existing or proposed revenues, which are also not existing at the time of enactment, Your Honor.
But you have a technical meaning for excess, hindi po ba? Kung saan manggagaling yung UAs.
Yes,
So
Your
saan po
Honor.
papasok yung excess sa sources of financing? Tama po kayo, yung panggagalingan ng excess ay identified, hindi po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Pag nagka-excess, dun siya matitrigger.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Post-enactment already. Hindi po ba?
Yes,
At
Your
ang pag-release niya is also post-enactment. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. It
And
will be the execution.
that's where congressional discretion in the argument of the Erice petition becomes discretionary. I mean, congressional discretion is surrendered to the executive department. It is now the executive department, according to the Erice petition, that is now exercising where to spend the excess funds.
Your Honor.
Hindi po ba?
Hindi po ganoon ang posisyon ng respondents sapagkat pag po pinasa ng Congress sa GAA, ito po ay mga na-identify na rin nila na purposes, na programs, in-identify na din po ang specific amounts. Ang hindi
Except
na
the
lamang
excess, kasi nga hindi nyo alam eh.
po. Opo. So,
Hindi po ba? So pag nakaroon ng excess, doon lang malalaman how much. And
Pero-
yung excess na yan, malaking problema po yan. Kasi at the time of enactment, hindi pa yan present. Hindi po ba? So yung discretion ng Congress to determine how much should be appropriated for a particular government activity is not there. Contrary to what the Constitution provides.
Your Honor, if I may
Sure, Madam Sol.
if I may clarify,
I'm sorry kung medyo
I understand
emotional po
po.
tayo kasi talagang matindi po ang hate ko sa UAs.
Naintindihan po natin at pare-pareho po tayong
Ihuwas po talaga yan sa akin. I really hate unprogrammed appropriations.
so, Your Honor.
And I'm sure many of our fellow Filipinos feel the same way.
Opo.
Please,
Opo.
Sojen, I'm sorry.
Tama naman po iyon. Ang position lamang po ng government ay maigi po ngayong panahon na ito na ang composition ng Supreme Court ay maalam, matalas sa economics. Subalit, ang position po ng government ay if there are functions that are lodged in the different and co-equal branches of government, then the limits to those powers should also be defined by the Constitution. And that is what we are saying, that based on the textually demonstrable requirements for the budget, which the respondents are acknowledging that there are limits, they are not unbounded power, but it is our very respectful submission that if the judiciary will be the one to give the guardrails or what should be how the budget should be implemented, I most respectfully proffer the position of the respondents that will make the judiciary a super branch and not a co-equal branch, if I may.
We will never be that, Madam Soljen. Kaya po tayo nag-i-hearing ngayon, merong petition na hinabla ang mga petitioners. And it's our constitutional duty to hear these cases. And we have, in fact, constitutional jurisdiction over these cases on the basis of our expanded power of judicial review. Anyway, going back to my slides po, Madam Soljen. Next slide, please. So sa ngayon, ang ating GAA ay ganyan ang itsura. Merong total expenditure programs at naka-chain doon, nakatali yung unprogrammed appropriations. So there are those three triggers, Madam Soljen. Yung excess non-tax revenues, new revenue measures, at yung AFPs, approved loans for foreign assisted projects. And just to repeat, ito pong mga unprogrammed appropriations na ito, in my understanding of our constitutional framework on budget, ay walang espasyo sa General Appropriations Act. They are riders because they are not, or they do not provide for specific sources of funding. Kasi nga, sa kinabukasan pa sila makikita kung merong excess. Ang mas masama, hindi po alam kung sino ang pwedeng mag-release, whether it is the President or his secretaries in DBM, etc., etc. So yun po ang aking pananaw kung bakit ang UA, if contained in the GAA, ay rider. At yung pong inyong mga sinasabing triggers, yung tatlong yan, excess non-tax, new revenue measures, approved loans, very clear po sa ating limang amici, kahit po si Congressman Salceda nagsasabi mismo, itong mga UA na ito ay risky. Ang position nga po ni former Congressman Salceda, dagdagan ang mga guardrails. Kasi nga po, talagang nakita na yung mga risk for misuse and abuse. And I said earlier that this unconstitutional framework where you have UAs chained to the General Appropriations Act, hindi po makasya sa isang maleta eh. Several maletas. Kaya po ang dapat gawin natin dyan ay to cut off those chains with a chainsaw, hindi lang knife. Kasi hindi po kayang i-cut off ng simpleng knife yan. Napakabigat ng mga UA na yan such that it will require a chainsaw to cut off those whisks. So that's my position, Madam Soljen, with regard to UAs.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes, please.
May I clarify that what amicus former Congressman Joey Salceda, if my understanding is correct, is that he agrees that there should be guardrails, and that's why he included in his presentation the bills that he has authored, which are in the House and also in the Senate, because his solution is for the guardrails for the Congress to pass a law, for example, to set the deficit target, to put in a law which will set the framework, the fiscal framework, which will be observed by every administration. So I think that the point that he was making is that after every constitution, there was an accompanying budget law, which did not happen in the 1987 Constitution. There is a pending bill, and therefore, to continue to comply with the requirement that the form, content, and manner of preparation should be prescribed in a law was what Congressman Joey Salceda was advocating for.
Yeah, tama
if I
po
may.
kayo doon, Madam Soljen. Binasa ko yung napakagandang presentation ni former Congressman Salceda. Sinabi po niya doon, yung both program and unprogrammed funds palaging may risk. Pero tanggalin na po natin yung unprogrammed funds, Congressman Salceda, kasi napaka-risky niya compared po sa mga risk sa program appropriations. You remove the UAs, you remove the risk for misuse. So yan po ang aking pananaw dyan. Gusto ko lang pong tumutok sa isang foreign assisted project. Ito yung Metro Manila Subway Project na discuss na ito ni Justice Ben. Ito pong subway project na yan, I happen to live in Mindanao Avenue. At ilang years na po kaming traffic dun sa Mindanao Avenue because yung pangunahing istasyon ng subway ay nasa magsisimula po sa malapit po sa bahay ko eh. So traffic po kami doon. Ang press release po ng gobyerno, matatapos po yung subway na ito, makakatulong sa ating mga kababayan, it will spur economic growth within NCR and for the country, is that it will be finished by 2028. Hindi po ba?
Yes,
But that's not going to happen anymore, Madam Soljen, because of what happened in the budgeting process with regard to the funds for the subway project. Ang panibagong timeline po ngayon sa subway project na yan, ang setback ay 5 years. Kung ako po ay tama ang aking recollection sa mga nababasa ko at nakikita sa TV. So setback. Ibig sabihin po niyan, yung 5 taon na yan, magbabayad tayo ng mga commitment fee. Mga interest payments. Panibagong alam niyo na po kung anong ibig sabihin, Madam Solicitor General. And there goes the table regarding the budget for that subway. Makikita po ninyo dyan sa table na yan, noong 2019, meron ng program funds yan na 13 billion. The following year, 38.6. 2021, 21.1. 2022, 3 billion. 2023, 25 billion. Biglang nawala po noong 2024. Pati po yung loan proceeds nawala. Noong 2024, nawala din yung local counterpart noong 2024. Kaya po under the year 2024, NA, andun. Ngayon po, mapapansin ninyo, noong 2023, mayroong total program funds na 25.1 para sa project na yan. Pero dun sa loan proceeds na galing sa lender, biglang nawala. Yung local counterpart, meron pa rin, 25.1. Gusto ko lang pong malaman, bakit po kaya nawala yung loan proceeds noong 2023? Pero merong local counterpart. Does this mean that the lender stopped the release of the loan proceeds?
Your Honor, I do not have the answer. It is our position that it goes to the policy question. We might hate the decisions or we might make a determination that it is an unsound decision and it isn't good for the public, but we did not get any information and we did not ask why and how they put the items in the appropriation when they did.
I think that's fair enough. By way of an answer, Madam Soljen, we would not know, no? Pero kung ikaw ay nagpapautang at bigla mong tinigil yung pagpapautang mo, may problema yung nangungutang para sa akin. Ngayon po, noong 2024, nawala din yung total program, yung loan proceeds at yung local counterpart. At nagsimula lang pong umusad ulit noong 2025 at 2026. Lahat po ito ay nasa unprogrammed funds, FAP eh. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ngayon po, itong subway project na ito ay flagship project ng gobyerno. Matagal na po nating inaasam itong subway na ito. In fact, in my research, itong blueprint for the subway project was came up during the time of former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. in the late 70s. Ganun po katagal yung subway project na yan. At nabuhay lang po ulit nung panahon ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. Pero nasaan program funds po siya? Ang iniisip ko po, kung ito ay flagship project at talagang makakatulong sa ating mga kababayan, bakit po nasa unprogrammed funding or unprogrammed funds where there is risk of corruption that the funds will be misused at yung iba pang factors na negative that comes with unprogrammed appropriations, Madam Soljen. Bakit hindi na lang po siya sa program funds? That way, program yung local counterpart funding, program yung lender's part of the obligation or the proceeds, I mean, at tuloy-tuloy yung project. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. It is the position of the respondents that it goes again to a policy question of the Congress.
Yes.
May I elaborate,
Yes.
Your Honor? Thank you. And maybe perhaps it is also important to understand the rationale behind the separation of powers. The Constitution is patterned after the U.S. Constitution, which really wanted a proper check and balance to the executive. For example, in the U.S. experience, when the president wanted to support the Vietnam War, all the Congress had to do was to withhold the funding so that the troops can go home. So that means that, because you are correct in your observations, in your comments, that why is it that there are movements from the program to unprogrammed if they are priorities? But we could also ask the question, why is it that the Constitution gave the power of the purse to the Congress, who are more in touch with the particular interests and have a local view, rather than, why not to the executive, which has the expertise of the DBM and all the studies? So why is it that it is lodged in Congress? And if I may proffer, Your Honor, it is a very important check and balance that is being designed by the Constitution for the Congress to be a check to an executive who might also be abusing its own power. So they are checking each other.
Precisely, Madam Soljen. Alam po ninyo, nabanggit niyo ang United States of America, after whom our Constitution was patterned. Sa aking intindi sa budget process sa Amerika, wala yata silang unprogrammed appropriations. Kaya nga po nakakaroon sila ng government lockdown eh. At itong si Donald Trump, nangangailangan ng pondo para ituloy pa ang kanyang military campaign sa Middle East, humihingi ng panibagong pondo sa Kongreso. That's how they do it in the United States. Kung makikita nga po ni Donald Trump itong UAs natin, he will turn into somebody like Jerry Maguire. Alam niyo po kung bakit? Alam niyo po si Jerry Maguire? an early 90s movie by
Yes po.
where
Naalala-
Tom Cruise
Opo.
and Renee Zellweger,
You Had Me at Hello
appeared,
po.
no? Napanood po ninyo yun, Madam Soljen.
Yes
Very
po.
lovely and romantic movie. Nung makita po ni Tom Cruise si Renee Zellweger, yung asawa niya na gustong kumalas sa kanya, sabi ni Tom Cruise kay Renee, "You complete me." Kung ito pong UA makita ni Donald Trump, maniwala kayo sa akin, sasabihin niya sa UA, you complete me because I can continue with my wars in the Middle East without congressional approval and oversight. Yan po ang isang risk ng unprogrammed appropriations if it is in the context of the United States of America Constitution. Pero ang pinag-uusapan po natin ay Constitution ng Pilipinas. At sa aking paniwala, sa aking matinding research sa constitutional framework regarding our budget, wala pong espasyo ang unprogrammed appropriations sa ating national budget. Maraming salamat po, Madam Solicitor General. Chief, I'm finished. Good afternoon to everybody.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Justice Mon Hernando. So as not to distract the flow of the interpellation, we will suspend the session and continue on June 2, 9, and 16, all at 9:30 in the morning. Attorney Cuevas, any other matters?
There are no other matters, Your Honor.
Session is adjourned.